Alrighty. Welcome back. I am Ward Moth, and I am glad you guys could join me today. We are going to be continuing in our story with Argus Shadowleaf. Trying to remember exactly what happened last time. Off the top of my head, I don't remember. My brain's not wanting to work with me. I know we were doing something. It's been about a week. I'm doing my best to try to keep I want this character to be stream specific. So it's hard for me to remember exactly what we're doing because I do have another story that I'm actively playing. And that's progressing so much quicker. To give an example of how quickly I'm moving through that story, right? Despite it being only a level 2 paladin, right? I want to say I had almost 900, maybe even 1,000 messages last week, and I've burned through about 200 or so in about a week. Yeah. Messages are... I really hope they have... to be fair, this is not very expensive, right? $20 for 900 messages is going to last you depending on the person, could last you a month, could last you a while, realistically. And then you have your subscriptions, which I hope at some point... I know it's a little unrealistic given what I know from the Discord community and all the talks that I've had with the people there. I know it's a little unrealistic, but I hope eventually we do get an unlimited tier where your message count doesn't matter. But considering adventure tier, which I think is the highest for 1 month, I think is about $20, which gives you, I think, 1,000 messages and one of the servers priority slots is what they're called. I could imagine an unlimited tier is either one, not going to give you a priority slot, or if it does, if it doesn't, you're probably going to be spending $50, maybe more, because they have to take into account the only people buying unlimited packs or unlimited subscriptions are going to be the people that are burning through multiple 900s in a month, which is insane to think about. Because that means you're playing this game really actively. Because every message is it's hard to burn through that many messages. I play it when I'm at work and I'm not busy because I get paid by the job, not by the hour. So when I'm just sitting there not doing anything, I'll pull Everleaf up and I'll just start running through messages, which burns through so much quicker than it really should. That's enough about that. So, basic rundown. Argus is a elf fighter. I'll go ahead and pull up. Let's see if it'll... Okay, it doesn't show it there. Is there a way? Can you not do that with... Oh, you can't do that with the PC version. So in the... My brain's not wanting to work with me. In the phone version, whenever you pull up your character sheet, you can actually pull up... their backstory and everything. So I was hopefully going to pull it up to be able to, reference it. But I don't think I can do that here. Which is interesting. Alright, well, moving on. We'll kind of just move on. So I just finished talking to the quartermaster, found out he didn't have anything to offer me. So I kind of want to go ahead and try jumping into maybe we should go ahead and just try to get a mission going, right? Because we're technically part of an adventurers guild now, so I want to try doing that and slowly trying to find like my brother and doing everything we would normally do as part of the game kind of thing. Other than that, go ahead and share those. If you guys are watching and you want to chat along or give me some ideas or anything, I am watching the chat via my phone, so feel free to interact with me. I'm more than happy to respond. Alright, so with that done, we want to go ahead and walk over to the mission board and search for a mission I can take at my current rank. Something you'll learn very quickly about me is that apparently I suck at spelling. What can I say? I am a mechanic at heart. I worked in the Navy as a nuclear machinist mate. Basically, I worked on the reactor support systems, and now I work on cars. So grammar and spelling are not my strong suit. That's not really my job. My job is to hit things and turn things with wrenches and hammers and make them work again. So, Alright, you give a polite nod to Vorn Kale, leaving the quartermaster's precise orderliness behind. Your gaze sweeps across the bustling guild hall, finally settling on a large oak board mounted prominently on a far wall, surrounded by several other adventurers intently studying its contents. As you approach, the scent of old parchment and beeswax grows stronger. The board is a riot of pinned notices, crisp, official-looking missives, alongside hastily scrawled pleas for help. Each one details a potential adventure, a challenge to be overcome, or a problem to be solved, all promising coin for glory to those brave enough to undertake them. You scan the myriad options. I would have thought it would have been myriad of options, but myriad options, looking for tasks suitable for a newly minted adventurer, a path to proving your worth in this new dangerous world. So, we want to become a knight. So we should probably consider that when we're looking at what kind of missions we want to take. I think would be very important. Let's see. Board. For a suitable mission. We're gonna go ahead and directly tell the DM what we want here. So whenever playing this game, you have realistically, you have 3 different kinds of messages that you can send. And this is just what I found in my testing. I might be wrong. So you have 3 different kinds of messages you can honestly send. You have narrative messages, which is like, hey, I scanned the board for suitable mission, right? This is your narrative message. This is you sending like what you're doing, what you're thinking, some way to push the storyline forward. Then you have your direct out-of-character interactions with the DM. These are generally in parentheses. You want to use please, thank you, and you generally want to format as, hey, DM, this is the problem. This is what I want. Thank you for accommodating, right? Doesn't always have to be with a problem. You can just tell them what you want to happen in the moment. But if you're experiencing an issue and you specifically want that issue fixed, oftentimes, hey, this is the problem. This is the solution. This is what I want you to do, right? Like, generally formatting it like that with a please and thank you at the beginning and the end generally goes miles, because even though it's an AI, it likes to act like it has its own personality. I know it's fucking weird. It is what it is. And then you have your dialogue messages. These are things you say, whether to yourself, out loud, to another person. These dialogue messages can be written a little differently depending on the context, right? Like if you're talking to yourself, you can typically put asterisks around that, and the DM will recognize that, hey, that's more of a message to myself. I'm kind of talking to myself in the first, like I'm talking to myself in my mind. You can also use this to say like, hey, this is like either a mental transmission message, or hey, I'm talking to the patron that lives in my head, or whatever. Like, you can use asterisks to denote a lot of different kinds of conversational that aren't out loud speech. Understand that anytime you use quotations, this is automatically going to launch you into a discussion with anyone that's around you. Now, a lot of people complain like, hey, the dialogue mode will include a bunch of people that I'm literally not talking to, and not including the people I am talking to. I've yet to have this happen. Actually, I have a problem with it only talking to one of the people that I want to have a conversation with. So we all experience different problems. I do recommend going into the Discord chat, and oftentimes there you'll find like a ton of different workarounds for all these different little issues. The Smurfs are great. I love that community so much. It's a really good community. In fact, I got so into being a part of that community that I stopped making my own Discord. I will eventually probably finish it. I'm not a Discord person. Like, I'm not good with Discord at all. And learning how to use it, learning how to navigate it has been an absolute pain in my butt. It has. It's been a pain. But realistically, I want this channel right now. I'm kind of transitioning to more of an Everweave focused content pattern, mostly because I love the game. I like the direction it's going. Sure, I don't think it's a great... Okay, so I guess we're going to have a weird discussion right now, because I got into a rather... I'm not going to say a long conversation. It wasn't long. It was only like 10 messages, so 5 replies, right? Five quick statements. I got into a conversation with somebody on my last characters video that, kind of opened up with like, hey, AI D&D is so sad. And I get it. It's real talk. I do not believe that Everweave or AI DM or AI D&D apps like it, like Mastercraft and all of those, are better than real D&D, where you get together with a group of people and you just section out like an hour or more of your time to do it, right? Where I think AI D&D has its place is for people, I'm going to say like me, who have a family and a full-time job where they work 50, 60 hours a week. And they just don't have the time, right? Like, the only time I honestly have to try to find a group to sit down with and legitimately run a D&D campaign is on my off day when my kids are at school, which I use for streaming. And to be fair, it's not like I haven't tried. I've actually gone through I've gone through Discord, I've gone through a couple different online platforms to try and hunt down groups to play with on Friday mornings, right? Realm VTT is one of those that I've tried, right? And so far it's never worked out. I have not been able to find a group that fits the time frame that I realistically have available, which is pretty slow. It's pretty small, right? The only other time I would have is after my kids go to bed. And I would either much rather use that time for one of a few things. One is spending time with my wife, who does not get a lot of my time because of our kids and my job. Or I would rather point that time towards really just not interacting with people. I spend a fair amount of my day interacting with people, and most of which that I don't want to interact with. So I don't... I find it rather difficult to find time where it's easy to run a D&D campaign with actual people. Not from a lack of effort, just legitimately have not been able to find time. But with that being said, I think that's where AI D&D apps have their place, is for those people that really, really want to get into D&D, but their schedules do not accommodate being able to do so. Now, with that being said, yes, I understand that currently speaking, I'm going to highlight that, currently speaking, AI server farms are an ecological nightmare. They are. But the reality is most things that we've invented over the ages have been not great for the environment at the start. Okay. I know this isn't what people are like logging in to watch. I get it. I'm sorry that I'm ranting, but I felt like that person had a legitimate point to a degree, and I want to give it a real answer, right? Like, I want to give it a real thought. I want to give it a real talk. Yes, I get that AI server farms are not good for the environment, and to be fair, I kind of just don't care. Because, one, even if I were to stop playing, that's not going to make a fucking difference. It's just not. Okay? And Everweave is probably on the lighter end of that. They're run by a small 10-person or less company that has a limited number of server spots that they can even use. It's to the point where after the last update, we get the message sometimes of like, hey, the servers are busy, try back later, because there just aren't enough slots for that many people. And yeah, eventually they might buy more slots. But for those who either don't live in America or don't understand like how capitalism actually, like, I'm sorry, not capitalism, a free market environment works. The way free market is really beneficial towards these types of problems and towards, I'm not going to say it's perfect. It's not. I'm not an advocate by any means. I'm not a politician. I'm not a expert on any of this, but I have learned a fair amount. The benefit of free market systems is that in situations like this, the television is probably a prime example, right? When it first came out, okay, your television that came out when it first was developed was really expensive. It's pretty bad for the environment in terms of like energy use, energy costs, what was used to make them, and disposal, right? All of this was an ecological nightmare in almost every sense of the fucking word. Or in every sense of the statement, right? But over time, right, in order to sell more of them, they had to drive costs down. Well, how do you drive costs down? Well, you get more efficient at making them, right? So you need to find cheaper components, okay? Over time, they were able to find ways to make them cheaper, make them more cost efficient, which made them cheaper to own. And how do they do this? By reducing the amount of energy used, right? This is why we have TVs now with markings about the amount of wattage they'll pull in a given month, right? Because they're trying to use the cost of energy as a selling point, right? And a lot of this has pushed the market to where we are now getting televisions that are better at what would technically be cheaper. What was once a commodity only for the rich is now found in pretty much every home, and it is no longer as detrimental to the environment as it used to be. Automotive is an industry I'm currently working in and understand pretty well, so I could talk about it a little bit more. Right, let's look at a great example is, let's look at fuel economy, right? So I don't remember what year it came out, but the EPA put out, there was a law passed through Congress, for those of you who don't know what the EPA Act, or I believe it's the EPA Act, but there was a law passed where every manufacturer, regardless of where they were based out of, to be able to sell a car in America without a high as shit fine, by 2030, they have to get all of their vehicles sold in America down or up to 50 miles to the gallon for fuel economy. Now, there's a variety of ways that manufacturers are finding ways to do this, and honestly, if I'm being straightforward with you, it's making very, very shittily made and expensive to maintain vehicles, right? That's the reality. The trade-off is, yeah, our environment is not going to be fucked by cars, but at the same time, people aren't going to be able to own a car. Like, one, they're going to be too fucking expensive to buy. Two, they're going to be too expensive to fucking own. So, yes, there's a trade-off there. With that being said, what I'm more trying to get to, right, is that yes, right now AI server farms and by extension AI-driven apps and games and such are not great for the environment. They aren't. But by boycotting them and not using them and not funding, so to speak, AI anything in a free market system means that there will be no advancements made. Right? That's just how it works. In a free market system like America, a capitalist system, if there's no money to be made, then no money will go into it. It will never get better. It will never improve. There will be no advancements made. It will continue to be in its current sorry for the environment state, no matter what anyone does. No matter how much anyone wants it. So, while I get the idea of like, hey, I'm just not going to interact with it because it's bad for the environment, I get that. Not saying that that's a stupid answer. It's not. It's a reasonable answer. But in terms of the context, if you're saying like, hey, AI is bad for the environment, well, investing in it in some form or fashion will eventually improve that. It will, right? Because why is AI server farms bad for the environment? Well, their water usage is excessive because of the sheer size of these server farms, right? Along with a variety of other reasons. But it's most of the problems associated with the environment in terms of an AI server farm is due to its sheer mass, its sheer size. Okay? Eventually, that's not going to be a problem anymore because we're going to improve the way these servers work, how much information they can process in a given amount of space, because then it becomes more cost efficient for a company to create a smaller version that is more powerful so they can charge you the same amount while reducing their costs. Or to produce more people as consumers, they reduce the price. Well, the only way they can reduce the price is if they reduce their costs. So by investing, essentially, by using it, you're creating a demand. That demand requires a supply, because that's how capitalism works. So long as you have a good demand, there will always be somebody to meet a supply. Well, then you get into corporate infighting. Well, how do corporates fight? Well, they fight by reducing costs or providing a better service, which is going to eventually improve the quality of what we're working with. So yeah, right now it's not great for the environment, but eventually it will be. Well, correction, it'll be a lot better. I won't say it'll ever be perfect. The other side of it is that this is breeding an antisocial nature. I would agree if this was my only interaction with really anything, right? Like I said, I work out in the fucking open, talking to people 24/7, pretty much. I spend time with my kids with their school functions. Like, I'm not a person that doesn't interact with the world. The only reason I do this personally is because, like, I just can't find a group to actually sit down with. So again, in conclusion, yeah, I get it. AI D&D apps are not great. They're not a perfect alternative. They're not something that I would recommend over sitting down with an actual group. It's not like I said, hey, I just don't want to deal with people, so I chose this, right? It's, I can't find a group, so this is an alternative. And that is the situation that I continue to find myself in. And just because I'm playing this doesn't mean I've given up trying to find a group. I'm still looking for a group. Before I hopped on today, I searched for a group. I did. But I didn't find any. Now, maybe I'm just not looking through the right apps. Maybe I'm not looking through the right programs. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll find a group and this will stop being part of my channel. I don't know. Maybe I'll start doing actual D&D campaigns as part of the channel. I don't know. But this isn't a bad alternative in the meantime. And it's something I can do at work where I can pop in for like 2 messages and then pop out, right? That's the other benefit, is it's convenient, right? I can do it whenever. I can hop on whenever I want. I can continue my story at any time, anywhere, and it's not a big deal. So I think that's where these programs and these apps have their place, right? Is in situations where, like, hey, you just don't have the time to really sit down and do a full fleshed out D&D campaign with people. So it's convenient in the moment of like, hey, I just want to play for a couple minutes here. Right? A couple of messages and then I'm done for a day or 2. I think it also has its place for people whose schedules are so demanding that they quite literally just cannot find a group to sit down with. I also feel like it has its place in allowing people to find out if D&D is something they want to get into. Say you found D&D a little interesting, but you never really quite wanted to go out, find a group, right? Because that requires a lot of effort, it requires time commitment, and for some people who feel this way, granted I personally wouldn't, but for some people who would feel this way, some people may see it as like a, hey, I've already said that I'll play this entire campaign, but after the first session, like, I realized I didn't want to do this, but now I feel bad if I'm not there for them And for some people, that might be like a little weird to think that way, right? But I know people who are like that, right? I'm married to one of them. Okay, like, there are people out there that would feel terrible for saying, like, yeah, I'll commit to this. And then they're like, an hour into their first session, they're like, I this is not for me. I don't actually like this. I just thought it was a neat idea. Right? But they find like they would much rather watch a campaign than actually participate in one. Right? Because they like listening to the shenanigans, but like whenever it comes to actually playing a D&D campaign, like they're just not into the role-playing side of it or like the commitment time-wise. So I feel like this is also like a good introduction. Like, hey, do I actually want to take the time to go out and find? Let me run a couple of messages at least, or some partial campaign in an AI app, and see if this is something I want to get myself into. So sorry for the rant. Felt like that guy. Girl, I don't know, their name was Gary, so I'm assuming a guy. Maybe that's wrong of me. If you're one of those that cares about proper pronoun, I don't give a fuck. Okay? I don't. Hate me, I don't give a shit. I felt like that person needed a legitimate response, a legitimate talk. Yeah, it kind of devolved to them saying I needed to grow up. I'm 30, about to be 31. I've been through the military. I don't think there's much growing up left for me at this point. Who the fuck knows? I thought that at like 22. So when I hit 40, who knows? Maybe I'll laugh about that statement of like, oh, I don't need to grow up at 30. Like, who knows? Life's weird. Shit changes all the time. Your entire viewpoint changes all the fucking time. All right, this talk got a little too real for an AI D&D campaign, okay? I'm sorry for anyone who just sat through that entire TED Talk. And it's just like, that's not what I came here for, but okay. I'll go back to my campaign and my ADHD-riddled brain. Whew, okay. So, like I was saying, we're going to scan the board for a suitable mission, and I'm going to directly interact with the DM here and tell him that I want him to pick 3 missions. Like I said, use please and thank you. I know it's a computer program, but it acts like it has actual emotions. So if you're mean to it, it will be mean right the fuck back. That's a thing. I've also seen where apparently people have broken the fourth wall with their DM and literally killed their DM in their story and became the DM themselves. I heard about that from one of the Smurfs in the fucking Discord, and I was like, what the fuck? You can do that? I might make that a campaign at one point. That ought to be cool. Welcome. If you're watching, feel free to talk to me. I have the live chat up. I will interact back and forth. If you have any ideas, I'm open to them. I feel like... Because realistically, like, I'll enjoy the story no matter what. So, like, creating a story people actually like to watch. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to take every idea. Some of them are probably going to be stupid. I'm not afraid to tell you I think your idea is stupid. But... who knows? Maybe you'll come up with something that, like, I find really interesting as a storyline and decide to implement it. Who knows? Alright, so DM, please pick 3 missions to choose from and detail them fully. Thank you. Always use parentheses when speaking directly to the DM. Otherwise, it will ignore the fuck out of you. It kind of ignores you to a point anyway. It's kind of hard to tell if it's actually listening to you at times. Because it won't directly interact with you if there's a way to just continue the story, right? its prime directive is to continue the story and push the narrative forward. So it will sometimes just outright ignore you if you try to talk to it too much. Oh, Lord. Alright, let's see what we got. Alright, your eyes drift across the mission board, sorting through the urgent pleas and bold declarations. After a moment, 3 notices, perhaps less faded than the others, or simply catching the light just right, draw your attention. Each promises a different sort of challenge, tailored to those just beginning their adventuring careers. 1. The Whispering Woods, Goblin Scourge. A roughly drawn map of a nearby forested area accompanies this request from the mayor of Oakhaven. It describes increasing goblin activity with raids on outlying farms and attacks on travelers along the forest's edge. The task is straightforward. Venture into the Whispering Woods, locate the goblin encampment that serves as their base, and eliminate that threat. Proof of their demise is required for a reward of 50 silver coins and the gratitude of the villagers. 50's not bad. It's not terrible for just wiping out a goblin base. 50's pretty solid, I think. Let's see here. I mean, right now I've got what? I got 9 coins. Yeah. 50 would not be bad. Missing supplies. Bandit trouble near Stonebridge. This notice, penned in elegant script on high-quality parchment, comes from a caravan master. A shipment of valuable furs and preserved foods vanished along the old post road en route to Stonebridge. The caravan master suspects opportunistic bandits or desperate vagrants and offers 75 silver coins for the recovery of the goods and apprehension or elimination of those responsible. He promises a small bonus of recovered items if the haul is substantial. So we're going to deal with some bandits, which we can kill or apprehend. Probably kill, to be fair. That's 75 silver and potentially a small bonus of the recovered items. That's not bad. That's not bad. If we are able to apprehend them too, we could potentially get a reward for their capture from the city guard. Who knows? 3. Pest control. Giant rat infestation in the sewers. A simple, concise notice from the Eldoria City Watch captain. The sewers beneath the old market district are overrun with the unusually large and aggressive rats, creating a public nuisance and health risk. The mission is to descend into a specified section of the city's labyrinth underbelly, clear out the vermin, and destroy their primary nest. A reward of 40 silver coins and a small unlisted bonus awaits a successful exterminator. So, an unlisted bonus is a little weird. That could quite literally be anything. I'm tempted to go towards the missing supplies. Right? It's 75 silver, which is already pretty good compared to the other 2. And a bonus of some of the recovered items. Right? And to be fair, if we get the items, hear me out, we could just sell them ourselves. Nah, that's not the right thing to do. We're trying to be a knight. That's not the right thing to do. Yeah, we'll go for the missing supplies. So we're gonna grab the missing supplies listing. We're going to walk over to the main counter and ask, hitting the wrong button, what the fuck, is there anything specific I need to do in order to claim this mission, or do I just remove it from the board? just to make sure, like, hey, I don't have to come, like, I'm trying to clarify, like, hey, in the future, do I need to come over here and be like, hey, I'm the one taking this mission, go ahead and just, I'm going for it, or do I just grab them whenever I want and I just run off like, ha ha ha, this is mine. Like a little fucking gremlin goblin. So I almost wonder, I keep seeing somebody pop in and out, in and out. I wonder if it's different people each time, or if it's the same person who's just like, hey, gotta go for a minute, then comes back. Like, hey, gotta go for a minute. All right, I'm back. Like, kind of interesting. But hi, welcome to the stream. All right. So, one thing I do find rather interesting about these characters that pop up, these are apparently hand-drawn by somebody on the development team, which is really fucking cool. Like, for a while, at first I thought they were AI, developed. No, these are physically hand-drawn. The AI determines which one to use, and if it can't find a suitable one, it will give you a statue of the given race and gender, which is also kind of neat. From what I understand, there's like 150 different illustrations that they drew, which is really cool. I do hope kind of in the future, one thing I would find rather cool is if they had different poses based on what they're doing. Or if they gave the AI at least some regency to create unique characters for, like, characters that it cannot find a pre-drawn thing. And if it were to catalog those for later use, or for the development team to create one instead that more fits that bill, that'd be really cool. All right. Do not simply remove it. That is a common misunderstanding. You must bring the mission slip to this counter to be formally logged against your name. Once the seal is stamped in the registry, the task is officially yours. Okay, this is great to know. This means that every time we pull a mission, we have to come get registered. Okay, thank you for the clarification. I would like to take on this mission, please. I slide the slip across the counter. Okay. I found a new radio. Uses Nintendo, but it kind of does spin on it. I actually really like this version of the, isn't it the Song of Winds? Wasn't it from, I know it's from Ocarina of Time. Okay, Guru's song. I remember it's the one you play in the windmill. I actually kind of like this tune for it. I'm going to turn the music up just a little. We'll go to like 30. 30 I think is fair. Alright, I slide the slip across the counter and wait for her to register it. We're going to do that. So in dialogue mode, you have in my testing, in my finds, you have kind of a way to go about it, right? You want what you're saying and then what you're either doing with minor movement, right? You can't leave the room or anything like that. Like, you can't try to push the narrative forward physically inside of this. Or you can also include like what you're thinking or how you're feeling. This gives the DM context, right? In terms of what you're trying to say. There seems to be a common misconception that I'm finding in the Discord chat that ability checks determine a favorable or a not favorable outcome, and that's not always true, right? You can fail a check and still get a favorable outcome because it's using a logic circuit, essentially, to determine what happens, right? Like, if I fail this, she might go, hey, this might be a little bit above your level. While she's not outright declining to register it, she may have a few questions, right? To make sure that, like, I'm not about to get myself in over my head. Or she may just, like, issue a warning, like, hey, this might be a little bit above your level, but still will register me, right? Just because I fail it doesn't mean I outright am not going to be able to take the mission. Whereas a successful roll might actually garner more towards that, hey, here's a warning, but I'm going to go ahead and register you. But if it's clearly above my level, even though I pass it, instead of outright declining, she may ask a few questions, right? Like, say it's a mission above my level and I pass, she's not going to just outright sign me up. She may go, hey, we need to talk about this first and you need to convince me, right? Whereas a fail might automatically be like, nope, we have rules here, we're not going to let you. So understanding the context of the role, I think, is incredibly important to consider, as a pass or a fail is not going to outright determine what happens. Alright, so she might just outright sign me up here without any question. Alright, Tane expertly takes the slip, immediately setting to work on the entry in her ledger. Okay. Precisely. One moment while I record this, and there. The mission is now bound to your guild profile. Please ensure you return the slip with a signed completion report once the objectives are met. Okay. Tane takes the parchment with a practiced motion, her long, dark fingers moving with steady grace. She dips a quill and writes a precise line. In her registry, her gaze focused and unwavering. She presses a heavy wax seal. Oh, okay, well, we're not going to get to read the rest. So sometimes it'll do that. Like, obviously, the conversation was kind of finished, so it just kind of kicked me out, which is fine. It's not that big a deal. Kind of is what it is. We're gonna say thank you, and I take a slip and leave the guild building. Alright, so I'm going to use my note section for this, mostly because if I don't, I'm going to lose track of what this mission is for, right? So we're going to enter our note name. We're going to do active missions. Okay. So, oh, that's right. Cancel. I keep forgetting. Like, there should be a way for me to basically go, like, arrow it, it'll go in, and then arrow and it'll come back out so you can reference the dialogue of what's happening. But we can do this. We're going to go ahead and leave, right? We're going to go ahead and X out of this. We're going to go ahead and do this. We can just do this in the computer version. We're gonna copy that. Hee, we get to cheat this way. We're gonna create a note. We're gonna go red. We're gonna go active mission, and we're going to paste our mission here. And we're going to save that. Right? This gives us the ability that no matter how long a certain mission takes, this will allow us to kind of reference back and see what our mission was again, and kind of what we're doing in the context of everything, which is actually super useful. Alright. So we are going to be heading toward. See that again. Old Post Road. The guild building. I pull out a map and find Old Post Road. Seeing that it is not far to the east, I make my way to the eastern gate. Sorry, that's capitalized and it shouldn't be. East. And this is a place, so it should be. Okay. Alright, I'm probably about to be gone for like 30 minutes or so. As much as that sucks. I gotta go run and grab something for my wife real quick. I will be hopefully back rather quickly. I apologize. I'll leave the music going. Is what it is. For anyone watching, I am sorry about that. I am back. It is not a problem anymore. We are back. Sorry, I'm plugged into my own stream, and I heard a noise while I was gone grabbing something for my wife. And the dog's the only one here. Now, back to the story. Sorry. Like I said. Alright, so you offer a brief thank you to Tane, securing the mission slip within your travel pack. Stepping out from the bustling guild hall, the city's night air, now cooler and carrying the faint scent of the river, greets you. You pull a worn parchment map from your pouch. Its lines familiar yet new as you trace the path of the old post road, which snakes eastward. The journey through the city streets towards the eastern gate is largely uneventful. Most shops are shuttered for the night, their windows dark, though a few taverns still spill warm light and boisterous laughter onto the cobblestones. The clatter of your steps echoes quietly. As you make your way through the winding alleys and broader thoroughfares, your destination clear, the city's edge and the open road beyond. Alright, so we are going to head out. Alright. Reaching the eastern gate, I nod to the guard and begin way along the road for we're gonna be looking for the hold on. We're going to be looking for the, my brain is not wanting to work with me here. Looking for any signs of where the supplies went missing. Alright. So we are going to do a wisdom check to see if we found anything. And it looks like we do pass our wisdom check. So it looks like we are going to find what we're looking for, it seems. I forgot I had proficiency in perception. Let's see what we find. Alright, you nod to the vigilant guard at the eastern gate, their armor glinting faintly in the dim light, and step out onto the old post road. The city sounds begin to fade behind you, replaced by the rustle of unseen leaves and chirping of crickets from the encroaching darkness of the surrounding woods. The dirt tracks where the dirt track stretches ahead, winding into the night. Your keen elf eyes sweep across the roadside, searching for any disturbance or unusual marks indicating the missing supplies. It doesn't take long. Just a few hundred yards outside the gate, you spot them. Fresh wagon tracks veering sharply off the main road, disappearing into the dense undergrowth. Beside them, almost hidden by a clump of ferns, is a single discarded leather strap, still bearing the faint imprint of a caravan's symbol. Ah, cool! You found that rather quick. Follow the tracks. Slowly as I try to avoid being detected until find where they end. So I guess the question is, are we going to outright try to kill them, or are we going to try to apprehend them? That's going to be an interesting question once we find these guys. Alright, so we definitely passed that. So we are going to go undetected. That's good. Oh, and we get a wisdom check. Okay. Oh, and we did not pass that one. Uh-oh. That could be a problem. That could be a bit of a problem. Alright. You slip in the darkness of the woods, your drow heritage aiding your vision in the dim light. Each step is deliberate, placed to avoid snapping twigs or rustling leaves. Your movements as silent as the falling dew. You are a shadow amongst shadows, utterly undetected by the unseen dissidents of the forest. However, the deeper you delve into the unfamiliar woods, the more the faint wagon tracks and scattered footprints begin to blur. The undergrowth grows thicker, obscuring the subtle signs you were so carefully following. The winding stream, its bank muddy and churned, temporarily swallows the trail, and though you search diligently, the precise path taken by the missing caravan eludes you in the confusing darkness. So if it's a group of bandits, they've got to have a camp, right? Climb tallest tree you can find. Search for a sign of a trail. Caravan can even travel, or a campfire that might give away the bandits' position. Now, assuming they're still in the area. This should at least help us, kind of determine a direction at the very least. Okay, so it's at least, I was about to say, if I can't even climb a tree, we got a problem. Well, that was... back out and go back in and see if it'll let us. Alright, yeah, it's just going to make us re-roll. Yeah, which isn't going to change our roll at all. Sometimes just backing out and going back in is the correct answer when the DM decides to do weird stuff. Alright. Your muscles burn with effort, but your grip holds firm as you pull yourself up onto a sturdy branch. High above the forest floor, the canopy rustles around you, a soft symphony in the night. From the elevated position, the forest stretches out before you, a vast, dark expanse. Your narrow eyes scanning the tree line, the hidden valleys, and the distant horizon, searching for any flicker of light or unusual break in the uniform darkness of the woods. But the night is a blanket, thick and unyielding. The sheer density of the trees obscures any distant view, and the undulating terrain swallows the potential line of the old post road. No telltale glow of a campfire, no discernible break in the canopy to suggest a clear wagon trail meet your discerning gaze. You descend silently dropping back to the shadowed earth, no closer to finding the missing supplies. Okay, what to do next? Continue in the direction that I last saw the caravan headed, in hopes to pick trail back up. So we're gonna hope that if we head that direction, maybe we can find the trail again. Maybe we'll get lucky. Okay, so we're gonna find the trail again. That's good. Maybe, anyway. Might do something else. I'll have to kind of wait and see. Let's see. Frustration prickles at you, but you refuse to be deterred. You orient yourself, recalling the last known direction the wagon tracks pointed. You press onward. The trees close in around you, their branches thick and tangled, making progress slow. Just as doubt begins to creep in, your experienced eyes catch a subtle glint amongst the undergrowth. Ahead, barely visible through the thicket, a faint path has been worn into the forest floor, too distinct to be a mere game trail. It curves deeper into the woods, and scattered along it, small pieces of straw and dried dung, unmistakable signs of heavy draught animals. You have found the trail once more. Alright, I continue to follow path until finding caravan or the bandits. So we're gonna hopefully find them this time and not just get completely deterred again. Alright, the narrow path, barely more than a forgotten animal trail, widened by repeated passage, leads you deeper into the dense woodland. The air grows heavier and the chirping of crickets gives way to low guttural hoot of an owl and the distant howl of what might be a wolf. Your elven senses are on high alert, every snapping twig or rustling leaf a potential warning. After what feels like an hour of silent trekking, the path suddenly opens into a small shadowed clearing. Before you, a large caravan lies overturned, its canvas ripped and its wheels askew. Crates are strewn across the ground, some broken open, their contents spilled. There are no figures in sight, but a faint, acrid smell hangs in the air. Smoke and something else, something metallic and unsettling. The silence here is profound, broken only by the drip of moisture from the leaves and the faint thumping of your own heart. Okay. quickly I inspect the caravan to see if the goods are still here or have been taken. So if they've been taken, then obviously we're going to start searching for the bandits. But otherwise, we're going to just grab the shit and go. Man, I should have put something into intelligence. Holy shit. Oh my god, nope. You approach the wreckage with caution, your hand resting on the hilt of your longsword. The air is still, save for the rustle of your own movements. You begin to examine the overturned caravan and the scattered contents, your gaze sharp, trying to piece together the events that led to the scene. However, the darkness and the chaotic jumble of goods make it difficult to discern much. You see torn canvas, splintered wood, and various mundane items like rope, broken tools, and stained blankets. Some crates are indeed broken open, but whatever their contents were, valuable furs or preserved foods, or if they were emptied or merely scattered, is unclear in the dim light. The metallic scent persists, and its source remains elusive amidst the general disarray, leaving you with more questions than answers. Okay, so we're going to kind of assume that whatever was in these crates they took. The opened crates are empty. Begin searching for signs where the bandits went. I don't know why I spelled that with an H. I'm just dumb, apparently. It's okay, though. So we're going to try to figure out where the bandits went. So we need to recover the goods at the very least. Man, a lot of wisdom checks. Probably should have taken, like, the goblins or the rats at this point. Yeah, if they're still there, we'll take them later. But, at the very least, we got a successful check there, so we're at least going to find something. Welcome, thanks for joining. Feel free to talk with me in the chat. I am paying attention to it. Alright, with a renewed sense of purpose, you begin to circle the perimeter of the chaotic scene. The air is still heavy with a metallic tang and the scent of damp earth. You crouch low, your keen eyes sweeping the ground for scuff marks, discarded debris, or anything that might point to the direction of the perpetrators. Or direction the perpetrators took for their ill-gotten gains. Your persistence pays off. Near the edge of the clearing, where the undergrowth is particularly thick, you find what you're looking for, a distinct trail of freshly broken twigs and scuffed leaves. It's a rough path, clearly not a common one, and appears to be heavily used by multiple individuals. You also spot a faint impression in the soft earth, the distinct mark of a hobnailed... The fuck is a hobnailed boot? Okay, much larger than an elf's, leading deeper into the woods, away from the caravan's wreckage. Okay, we have a path. Alright, I follow the trail. Careful not to alert anyone until I find the bandits. You do want to try to correct any obvious spelling or grammatical errors. Sometimes the DM can have problems with things like that. It may throw it off to the point where like it'll just either completely ignore your message or like it may misunderstand what you're trying to do or say. So just kind of be careful with that, because it can create issues sometimes. Sometimes. It's a little rare, but it happens. Alright, we got a nat 20. Now, one thing I don't like about Everweave in this sense is that how much or how... It's either a pass or a fail. So, like, critical failures and critical successes don't really do anything different. Outside of that, like, scoring like a 13 of 13 or a 17 of 13 is not going to change. Like, how much you pass by doesn't change the answer. It's either a pass or a fail. And then, yeah. So, I mean, that's... be nice if, like, we had a... kind of like a level to it, I guess. All right, you take a deep breath. The metallic scent of potential conflict, now more potent than the damp forest air. With the fresh trail clearly marked, you begin to move. Your steps light and silent, weaving through the underbrush like a phantom. Your dark vision is an asset in this moonless night, allowing you to discern every broken branch and disturbed leaf. You press onward, a hunter tracking his prey. Focused on reaching the end of this path without alerting a soul, your movements are impeccable. No twig snaps, no leaf rustles as you melt into the nocturnal environment. However, the deeper you push into the unfamiliar woods, the more the distinct signs begin to fade. The hobnail boot prints become less clear or harder ground, and the broken twigs are scattered more thinly. Despite your careful concentration, the subtle nuances of the trail escape you in the oppressive darkness. You realize with a sudden jolt that you lost the clear path and are now simply pushing through the general direction, hoping to stumble upon their lair rather than following their exact footsteps. Alright, so we're going to continue in the same direction, taking into account the path so far. Continue in the general direction, hoping to either stumble across the bandits or to find where the trail continues. Hopefully we'll find something here. Alright, we got a check. Let's see what our check is. 14 on wisdom's pretty high. Oh, that's not gonna be good. I don't think we're finding them. Alright. So we're definitely not gonna find them on a 1. Undeterred by the lost trail, you continue to push through the encroaching darkness, maintaining the general direction you believe the bandits took. The forest grows quieter still, A deep, primal silence broken only by the rustle of your own passage and the distinct call of nocturnal creatures. Every shadow seems to hold a secret, every gust of wind a whisper. However, the dense undergrowth and the pervasive darkness conspire against your efforts. The forest seems to absorb all sound and light, offering no telltale crackle of a distant fire, no hushed voices carried on the wind, no glint of metal through the trees. You move through blindly, simply hoping to blunder into something, but for now, the woods remain stubbornly silent and unrevealing. Isn't this a Mario song? Yeah, the Honey Hive. This was from Galaxy. That's why it sounded so familiar. I remember when that game came out. Holy crap, I'm getting old. Alright, you move forward blindly, simply hoping to blunder into something, but for now, the woods remain stubbornly silent and unrevealing. Alright. Realizing I might be headed in the wrong direction, stop and listen for any signs of life. No, because then we might end up like running straight into a creature. The area for any signs of the bandits. It's going to give us another wisdom check, I'm sure. Maybe we'll pass this one. Yep, there's... Oh, this one's intelligence. Oh, what is it with... That's 2 1s in a row, man. That hurts. Okay, this is Legend of Zelda, isn't it? No, Mario Galaxy still. Rosalina. Oh, that's right. Alright, let's see how spectacularly we failed this search. You stop, making a movement to reevaluate your approach. Blundering deeper into the woods might lead you further astray. Instead, you drop to a crouch, your eyes sweeping the ground with renewed intensity, meticulously inspecting every patch of disturbed earth, every broken twig, every bent blade of grass. You move slowly, covering a small radius around your current position, searching for any detail that might have escaped your notice in the previous, less focused attempts. However, your efforts are met with utter futility. The forest floor, tapestry of dead leaves and tangled roots, seems to mock your search. A rogue branch catches your tunic, making a faint tearing sound as you awkwardly untangle yourself. Your foot slips on a patch of moss. You stumble, catching yourself on a thorny bush, narrowly avoiding a faceplant into the damp earth. You find no new signs, only further frustration, and the growing realization that you're truly lost in the dark, silent woods. Okay, now the DM's just being mean. Okay. Alright, realizing I've truly lost the trail. Expand my search. Not quite ready to give gonna continue searching. Some point we may have to basically just call it for the night, essentially, and wait for daytime to find like more obvious. Okay, there we go. I was going to say, if this doesn't work, we're gonna just essentially long rest and move to like a daytime search, essentially, in hopes that like, hey, maybe it's because it's like dark and we can't fucking see anything. But we got lucky. Alright, let's see what we find. Alright. A deep sigh escapes your lips as the reality of your situation sinks in. The detailed search proves fruitless, confirming your trail is indeed gone. Rather than dwelling on the critical failure, you straighten up, resolve hardening your features. You begin to move again, but this time in wider arcs, circling out from your current position. Your head constantly swiveling, your ears straining for the slightest unfamiliar sound, your nose trying to pick up any scent that doesn't belong to the natural forest. Your expanded search finally yields results. Faintly carried on a whisper of wind from deeper within the woods, you catch the unmistakable, if subtle, scent of wood smoke. It's not the clean, earthy aroma of a forest fire, but the distinct, lingering smell of an active campfire. It's distant, but it's there, a beacon in the otherwise overwhelming darkness, pulling you towards a potential answer. Let's see. Sorry, wife messaged me, so I had to see that first. Alright, beacon in the otherwise overwhelming darkness pulls you toward the potential answer. Quickly work away, following the scent until I reach where it's coming from. Alright, dexterity. You know what? I can't be too upset. Yeah, I'm failing most of, like, the wisdom checks and shit. But I haven't failed a dexterity check so far, which is a good thing. Really? Alright, we're going to back out. There we go. Alright, with the faint but definite scent of wood smoke guiding you, you alter your course, moving through the undergrowth with renewed focus. Your steps are light, your breathing shallow as you become one with the night. The smell grows stronger, warmer, hinting at proximity. You push through a final curtain of thorny bushes, your senses on edge, every movement as silent as falling snow. Your impeccable stealth pays off. As you part the last of the foliage, you find yourself on the edge of another small clearing. In its center, a sputtering campfire casts dancing shadows that stretch and warp the surrounding trees. 3 figures, rough-looking and heavily armored, huddled around the flames with their voices low and gruff. Beside them, piled haphazardly, are several crates and bundles of furs, unmistakably the missing caravan's goods. Your quest has led you directly to the bandits' lair. Alright, so, are we going to try to apprehend them, or are we just going to kill them? So I think we should attempt to apprehend them. Let's actually see something real quick. Alright, furs and preserved foods vanished along the old post road en route to Stonebridge. The caravan master suspects opportunistic bandits or desperate vagrants and offers 75 silver coins for the recovery of the goods and the apprehension or elimination of those responsible. We're going to do apprehension. It's easier to prove. Also, who knows, if these guys are like well-known bandits, we might even get reward from the city guard. Plan to apprehend the bandits, thinking that they are well known. There might be a reward for their capture. You know, this way, whenever it moves to combat, which is almost guaranteed that it's going to do in the end, I can almost promise I'm probably going to have to fight these guys. You can actually tell the DM, like, hey, I don't want to kill them. I just want to apprehend them, or I want to knock them out. And while in combat, it may not listen to this. Once it exits combat, it'll oftentimes correct that, like, hey, you knocked them unconscious, you didn't kill them. But sometimes that doesn't always work. You got to kind of play with it. The combat system's not perfect. It's still heavily inward. Yeah, it goes immediately into combat. Forward, intending to apprehend the bandits rather than spill their blood. With a determined glint in your eye, you step out from the shadows, ready to confront the 3 figures by the campfire. Alright, so they clearly don't see me yet. So we're going to go ahead and try to knock one of them out. Before they see me, I move forward and hit one in the head, hoping to knock one out before they notice me. I keep hitting the wrong button. So we're going to let the combat roll through, and then we'll read kind of what happens when it finally returns to my turn. Anyway. Combat's always real weird in how it plays out. sometimes. Oh, did it? Okay, no, it's still going. We're going to let it keep going. Sometimes it's kind of hard to tell whether or not the combat round is over or not. Because unlike... Like, its thinking is that 3 dots at the bottom, which sometimes can be a little hard to see with the red outline and everything, so it's always a little weird. Sorry, there's like a huge fucking mess right here by my chair, so I'm cleaning that up while it's going through the combat round. We'll kind of see what happened here in a minute, and we'll read through it. Granted, I don't necessarily need to read through it. I can kind of see, for the sake of like damage and everything, it'll show on the health bars like almost instantly. I don't necessarily need to like read it, but it is kind of nice because you can actually create like an advantage roll for yourself if you utilize the context of what happened in the fight well enough. You can actually like force it to give you an advantage roll on an attack. Like if the bandit misses and they stumble, you can kind of utilize that to write a message like, hey, while they're off balance and their guard is down, I attack them, and it'll give you like an advantage roll on that attack, which is really useful for creating like a very good, like a very advantageous situation for you where it's not going to worry as much about like the actual roll of the attack. Oh, it jumped all the way down here. Okay, so, wow, we took damage. We took a lot of damage. Okay, you move swiftly and silently, your longsword glinting faintly in the gloom as you aim a precise strike at the nearest bandit's head, hoping to incapacitate them before they can even react. We missed. Your attempt at a stealthy knockout fails as your blade clangs awkwardly against the bandit's surprisingly thick skull. Alerting all 3 of them. Okay, they're saying this guy has such a thick skull that a hit with a blade did nothing. Okay. The bandits are now fully aware of your presence and turn their attention towards you, weapons drawn. Your stealthy approach has failed, and combat has officially begun. Startled by your failed attack, Bandit 1 snarls and raises a rusty scimitar, lunging forward with a wild, untrained swing aimed at your chest. Wow, they beat a AC of 16 and did 5 points of slashing damage. That hurts. With a grunt of effort, Bandit 1's scimitar slices through your defenses, carving a deep, painful gash across your arm, sending a spray of blood into the air. Seeing their companion engage, Bandit 3 snarls and lunges forward, aiming a thrust with a rusty dagger at your exposed flank. This is a miss. Bandit's 3 wild stab goes wide, a desperate attempt as you pivot away, leaving them off balance. The third bandit, a burly figure, raises a crude wooden club and rushes at you, aiming a heavy blow for your head. Bandit's 2 club catches your shoulder with a glancing blow, more annoying than painful, but it still shakes you slightly. Oh, and then it just redid it? That was weird. Okay, so Bandit 3 is off balance. Bandit 3 off balance. I take advantage of this momentary drop in their defenses and aim a strike their head to incapacitate them. Then I back up and use a potion of minor healing. Right? That's what I got on me. Pretty sure it's that. Yeah, potion of minor healing. And then that should give us some health back. I don't think I need to use second wind here, right? In turn, you can use bonus action. Yeah, I don't think we need to use second wind right now. Potion of minor healing to recover some of my health. It should count as a bonus action, so we should be able to do it and the attack in the same turn. Sometimes the combat DM's a little weird. It won't allow certain things. So I hope in their next update we do get 24 versus 9. We're definitely hitting. I'm kind of hoping that in one of the next updates it's a combat system update, because right now combat system is not good. It's not. It really isn't. What is wrong with my message? You took it the first time. Okay, just in case, we're going to go ahead and copy all that. So I don't feel like retyping that out. We're going to go back in, see what happened. Okay, it just outright just said nah. Okay. What is going on? Okay, it's continuing with... What is going on? Potion of minor healing to recover some of my health. Why is it acting like... See, it's continuing. It's weird. Alright, so we're just going to ignore this. It's clearly continuing the combat. So we're just gonna let it play out. I'm gonna let it play through. Yeah, it's definitely acting like there's still combat happening, so we're just gonna let it play through. And then so this will happen sometimes with combat. It'll kick it back like, hey, no, we don't recognize that was an active message that happened. We're not going to deduce a message from your account. But it still does the combat round, so you can just kind of, like, you can realistically look at it two different ways. I just kind of go, all right, then it accepted my message, I'm moving on, kind of situation. So we're just going to have to wait. Well, they are scoring incredibly well on an AC of 16. They really are. I'm kind of impressed, actually. Like, honestly, sort of impressed. Should let me know that it's my turn again here in a second, doesn't it? Like before I send anything? No. Okay, so it is my turn. Alright. Bandit. 3. Incapacitated. Turn my attention to Bandit 1 and them neck aiming to knock them out. Afterwards, take a step back and drink a potion of minor healing. Let's see if it'll accept that. Because it might say, hey, no, Bandit 3's clearly not incapacitated because they're standing right there. Or it may allow it and say, hey, we understand, like, there was an issue here. All right. Let combat play out. Ooh. So we are going to take down 1 as well. So 1 and 3 are done. So we're only going to have Bandit 2 in a second. It'll probably use... So, this is something I've always wondered about. Is this basically like a permanent item, or is it a one-time use item, is something I've always kind of wondered. Because every time I use one in a combat, in every story I've been in, like, it doesn't actually get rid of it, which is a little weird. Like, it definitely should... And, like, don't get me wrong, I'm perfectly fine with abusing roll sets and abusing, like, hey, this thing didn't work properly. Or, like, how it should work. Like, I don't have anything against abusing that, but at the same time, it's kind of like, alright. There's a point where it becomes kind of cheesy to be like, yeah, I just have an infinite potion that I can use every turn. Without any kind of problem or issue or any of that nonsense. So I don't know, there kind of comes a point where it's like, alright. Like, at what point does it kind of become like, taking it a little too far, reusing this potion like 8 times. Right? Like, at what point is it no longer, like, reasonable? So, combat's still going. We're going to keep letting it go. So I'm kind of curious to hear people's thoughts. Like, when combat's going, do you guys want me to respond to it as it's happening, or do you want me to kind of... Alright. For some reason, I'm out of combat. Let me see what's going on. Okay, here we are. You spin directing your momentum at the defeated bandit from the defeated bandit towards Bandit 1 with a longsword. Your longsword flashes, aiming for a swift, incapacitating strike to their head. You aim Alright, your longsword connects with a solid thud against Bandit 1's head. A clear, decisive strike. Your strike connects squarely, and they crumple to the ground, defeated. Bandit 1's eyes roll back as your longsword with their head... And they crumple to the ground, defeated. The fight drains you, but you quickly step back, pulling out a potion. Okay. Let's see if it used it. It did not. Okay, so we still have it. But it clearly says I use it there. Alright. With Bandit 1 and 3 defeated, only Bandit 2 remains. Looking increasingly desperate, you stand ready. Longsword in hand, refreshed by the potion. Seeing both his companions fall... Okay. So it's because he ran. He surrendered. Counter began with a misstep on your attempt at stealth failed, drawing the ire of the bandits. You weathered their initial assault. Taking significant blows. But your elven resistance held with a determined spirit. You turn the tide, your blade imbued with the ancestral sword art. Oh, I forgot about that entirely. Swiftly dispatched Bandit 3, and then a decisive strike to the head, you felled Bandit 1. Twice, you wisely drew upon your potions, mending your wounds and returning to full strength. Witnessing the fall of his comrades and your renewed vigor, the last remaining bandit lost all courage. He turned tail and fled, leaving you victorious amidst the scattered bodies, a true testament of your growing prowess. We're not letting him get away. To get away. To incapacitate him before he can escape. I have noticed since the most recent update, NPCs run from fights more often. Like, especially if you're winning, and it's like multiple combatants against one. Or if you have like, you just, like it was a 3-on-3 and you dispatch 2 of them, like they are more willing to just run from the fight. Last bandit's terror-stricken face vanishes into the deeper shadows of the woods, his desperate footsteps crashing through the undergrowth. You waste no time, pushing off with powerful strides, intent on preventing his escape. Your boots pound the earth as you weave between trees, the adrenaline still coursing through your veins. You're focused solely on the retreating figure. Your athleticism proves superior. Despite the uneven trail and the darkness, you gain ground rapidly. Just as the bandit scrambles over a moss-covered log, you close the distance with a final burst of speed. You launch yourself forward, tackling him to the damp forest. He lets out a surprised yelp as the impact knocks the wind from his lungs, his struggle immediately stifled by your weight and your determined grip. Knocking him unconscious. Drag back to the clearing and tie him and his 2 companions up to a tree with the rope in my pack. Right, we have rope, don't we? Pretty sure we have rope. Yeah, hemp rope. I got about 50 feet of it. Okay. Deciding the best way to get these bandits and the goods back to the city. The caravan's overturned. It's a lot of gear. Move any weapons these men might have on them. And wait for them to wake up. Once awake, attempt to threaten them to have them carry goods back to the city at sword point. See if we can make them act as some pack mules for us. That'll be a great way to do this. Really? Copy. Back out. Go back in. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen. Alright, so one of them had a short bow, which is kind of useful. So if I remember correctly through the quartermaster, that was like 50 coins. So it's actually nice to have one for basically free now. So this should open up some new avenues for us. Alright. We had to remove about 30 hemp rope. Okay. Alright, with a final sharp blow to the back of his head, you ensure the bandit is unconscious. His body goes limp beneath you. You quickly bind his wrists with a length of rope from your pack, then drag his inert form back to the clearing where his two defeated companions lie. With efficient movements, you secure all three to a sturdy tree. Their hands bound, their unconscious bodies slumped against the rough bark. As a added precaution, you systematically relieve them of any weapons they might still possess. Daggers, crude clubs, and rusted scimitars. Now you settle back on your heels, patiently awaiting their awakening, your longsword resting carefully against your lap, its pommel glinting in the faint moonlight. After a tense period, the bandits begin to stir, groaning as they slowly regain consciousness. Their eyes blurry at first, eventually focus on you. Then on their bound wrists, and finally on their two dead companions. There aren't two dead companions. A flicker of understanding and terror dawning on their faces, you rise smoothly, the steel of your sword catching the dim light. "Alright, scum," you state, your voice low and even, gesturing with your blade towards the piled caravan goods. "Here's how this is going to work. You're going to carry these goods back to Eldoria for me, quietly, and if any of you so much as breathes wrong, your two friends won't be the only ones staying in this forest permanently." Cool. Alright. Alright, so tense understanding men grab the goods and we make our way through the forest and back to Eldoria. When we arrive at the gate, explain the situation to the guard and show him the quest slip. And then ask him if there is a reward for these bandits, hoping to possibly gain a little more from this mission. I mean, obviously, if there's no reward, there's no reward. It is what it is. But it doesn't hurt to ask, right? Doesn't hurt to check. Alright. Under the unspoken threat of your longsword, the bandits chastened and wary, Jesus Christ, grudgingly set about loading the recovered caravan goods. The journey back through the forest is slow, punctuated by their grumbles and the rustle of their stolen cargo. Your senses remain sharp, though, ever alert to any trickery or attempt to escape. The dark forest gradually gives way to the familiar, still sleeping outskirts of Eldoria. The city's dim lights are a welcome sight after the deep woods. As you approach the eastern gate, the two guards standing watch snap to attention, their spears leveling slightly at the sight of three bound figures carrying heavy bundles, escorted by a lone elf with a drawn sword. You bring your unusual procession to a halt. Evening, sirs, you begin, holding up the quest slip for inspection. I've recovered the missing caravan goods and apprehended the brigands responsible. I'm with the Adventurers Guild, and I believe there might be a reward for these particular gentlemen. Alright, so we're going to try to... This is probably going to push it into dialogue mode, which is fine. I just kind of want to see if they have anything to say. Let's see what they got to say about it. So something we will probably do toward the end of every story is try to ask the DM like what kind of player we are, just to see like what they come up with for like, personality. Alright, and then we're gonna go back in because it tried to do something weird. Alright. Okay, something's up with this message. So for some reason it's not accepting that. Let's try... It's not a server issue because then it would say so. So there's something wrong with the way we're wording it or the way we're doing it. Let's do that. Yes, Lucy. You normally sleep for a lot longer. Do you just want to be held? Sorry, our pug walked up to me. Sometimes she likes to be held like a baby. She is a spoiled pug. Well, hi there. Is that all you want is you wanted to be held? As she slowly starts to go. As she slowly starts to go to sleep in my arms. Okay, so he's not going to know. Alright, so... Hold your horses, Elf. The guild covers the cargo, but prisoners are the captain's business. You take them to the dungeon clerk. He decides if they're worth a purse of gold or just a cold cell. My job is just to see they arrive in one piece and ensure you aren't one of them. Iron grunts, his thumb moving rhythmically over the worn leather grip of his spear. He shifts his weight, his eyes lingering on the three bound figures for a moment before snapping back to the elf with a stern, assessing look. He doesn't look impressed by the request for more coin. Okay, I wasn't really asking you specifically. I was just asking if you knew anything. Alright. Down you go. Okay. And I'm covered in pug hair now. Jesus. Love you to death, but why are you so hairy? Butt scratches. Good girl. Love you. Boop. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Here is my guild tag to prove my identity. I will have these brigands take the goods to the guild hall, then bring them to the dungeon clerk. Say as I present my tag. Oh, it sent my tag. see what he says. You might say, like, the cargo and stuff's not really his concern and we need to take them to the dungeon, like, fucking immediately. Then I'm gonna have to figure out how to get the stuff to the guild hall. Which, I mean, if that... Really? Okay. It does this sometimes. I don't think it uses a message when it does it. It might. Because I don't know what's happening, I don't check. But because I don't have an input here, I don't think it does. Say as I lead the brigands to the guild hall to drop off the goods before taking them to the dungeon clerk. Is it that you need to go outside? Head tilts? Head tilts? Yeah, you need to go outside. Alright, give me just a moment. We're going to take her outside. She seems to need to go to the bathroom. So I will be right back as she does a little dance. Nearly what she wanted. Alright. You offer a brief thank you to Arin, the words crisp in the cool night air. You tighten the grip on your sword hilt, a subtle reminder to your captive companions, and prod them forward. The unusual procession draws a few sleepy glances from passerby, but the city guards at the gate seem satisfied, stepping aside to let you pass. The journey through the city's still quiet streets back to the Adventurers Guild is a tense, silent affair. The bandits shuffle sullenly, their hands still bound, their stolen cargo heavy on their shoulders. The guild hall, though quieter than before, still hums with a faint light, a welcome beacon after the dark woods and the long march. You push open the heavy oak door, ushering your unwilling porters inside. Have them drop off cargo near the front desk and provide quest slip to the clerk. I have covered goods marked. I can mark a map the location of the caravan in case there is anything else. The caravan master would like to retrieve, and I have these in as proof of bandits being dealt with. I say to the clerk. Alright, it's definitely going to go back into dialogue mode. Really? It's been doing this a lot today. I'll try that again. No, it still won't let it go through. So there's something I'm doing wrong. Covered the goods. I can mark on a map location of the caravan. Sometimes certain commands can be rather weird. You'll accept some pretty readily, and then others it'll be like, nah, I don't like that. It's not good enough. I kick it back at you super quick. It's always kind of weird to me. But hey, it is what it is. It's not a human being. Sometimes it'll be real weird about things. Might step away here in a minute. I'm getting hungry. I'm also getting thirsty. Precisely, the paperwork will be prepared. Alright, as I already mentioned, Argus, the cargo stays here for inventory. Take the brigands directly to the basement warden for intake. I'll take care of the paperwork once you've secured them. Tane gestures toward leading down. Precisely, the paperwork will be prepared by the time you return from the basement. Do not delay, as I have other filings to attend to before the night watch concludes. Okay. So it's acting like a, Okay. Stairs to See, I was told specifically to to take them to the dungeon clerk. Oh well. Stairs to the basement warden. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. I was trying to think about like how I wanted to write it. That's good enough. So it is currently 11:42. I'll probably go to like 1 o'clock and then probably call a stream there. Alright, with Tane's instructions echoing in your ears, you gather your unruly prisoners, their sullen faces reflecting the gloom of their predicament. You guide them away from the guild's main hall, past a few lingering adventurers and towards heavy wooden doors that mark the descent to the basement. The air grows cooler, damper, and the sounds of the guild hall above begin to fade, replaced by a profound, echoing silence as you lead the bandits down a winding stone staircase into the guild's subterranean levels. The stone walls of the basement are rough and unadorned. It's lit sparsely by flickering torchlight that casts long, dancing shadows. The scent of damp earth and stale air fills your nostril, tinged with the faint metallic tang of iron. Ahead, the stairs open into a wider chamber where several crude, reinforced cells line one wall, their iron bars glinting ominously. A burly, grim-faced man with a scarred jaw and a heavy ring of keys attached to his belt looks up from the ledger as your group approaches. Captured these men on a mission. They had stolen caravan and its goods. Kane told to bring them to you. So right now we're just kind of following what we're being told to do. I'm not sure yet. I might be moving from YouTube to, I might just run YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. Might be the way to go with streams. I don't know yet. I wonder if OBS can do both. Great question. I'll have to look into it next week. Of course, if I was probably more consistent, probably get more engagement. You know. Alright, Tane sent you, did she? Very well. Line them up against the wall one at a time. I need full details for the intake ledger before they see the inside of a cell, understood? Quillen marks his place in the ledger with a thick, calloused finger. He steps out from behind his small, cluttered desk, heavy iron keys at his hip. Chiming softly as he moves, his amber eyes flick briefly to the cramped, torchlit corners of the basement, his jaw tightening for a fleeting second before he fixes his gaze firmly on the slender elf. Understood. As I motion for them to follow Crag's directions. Do you need from me? So for like brief interactions, I'm probably not going to do much in the way of like thoughts and shit, but for like especially characters that like we're going to have like long-term dealing with. Claimed. Circumstances of the seizure, specifically the location and time, and sign here to attest the inventory of seized goods matches what is delivered. The iron keys of his belt, the rhythmic metal clicking filling the brief silence. He turns the heavy ledger toward the elf, dripping a quill into an inkwell, or dipping, holding it out with a steady, expectant hand, his amber gaze fixed firmly on the intake form rather than small enclosed space of the corridor behind him. Really? It really didn't talk to them. Ledger with the details of caravan capture, signs document, and returns ledger and quill to Quillon. Yeah, Quillon. So some people are apparently still getting like the very common names like Alara, Liliana, that sort of stuff. Whereas I'm getting things like Quillon. Alright, he reviews the ledger with a nod of approval, his demeanor remaining strictly professional. Adequate, you have saved us both time. I will see to their confinement now. Leave the inventory pile on the bench by the gate on your way out. Cool surface to parchment as he scans the entry. He closes the book with a sharp, definitive snap and gestures his heavy ring of keys toward the rows of iron-barred cells. So, is the scimitar better? I don't think so, right? 1d6, definitely not. We are going to keep the short bow. And for the club, yeah, no, we're going to keep the short bow personally. We're going to go ahead and give up the club and the scimitar, though. Please exit dialogue mode. Nod. And on my way out, leave the scimitar and the club took from the bandits. Clearing. Then make my way back up to Tane to finish any work needed to receive my reward. All right. Okay. So we're going to have to make it 2 different messages. Dialogue mode. Switching back and forth, it can be a little weird sometimes. Alright, with Quill and Crag's curt instructions still echoing in the damp stone chamber, you turn away from the clanging of the cell doors. Your steps lead back towards the winding staircase, leaving the grim efficiency of the dungeon behind. The sounds of the guild hall above, faint previously, now begin to grow clearer as you ascend, a welcome relief from the somber quiet of the basement. Soon the flickering torchlight of the dungeon gives way to a brighter, more familiar illumination of the main hall. Tane is still at her desk, her amber eyes scanning a ledger. A fresh stack of parchment awaits her attention. She looks up as you approach, a subtle shift in her expression indicating she's ready for your return. What need to do now? The stack of paperwork, hoping that it isn't meant for me. Alright, the basement intake is logged. To finalize the mission documentation, I simply require your confirmation and signature on the bounty manifest. Taps a clean, specific page in her open ledger with her weighted steel letter opener. She slides the parchment forward or toward the edge of the counter, her amber eyes fixed on the empty line, awaiting a signature, maintaining a professional and expectant posture. Okay. Slide it back. Okay, so now figure the guild probably pays the coin, but how is the potential additional rewards determined as stated in the quest request? So that is kind of like a big question. It's like, okay, so like on this one, you get additional rewards based on like in that situation, like based on how it works. So I'm wondering if the guild handles that based on like information that was given to them by the person who placed the request, or if that's like something that's determined later on, essentially, by the person. Tame seems a bit put off by the question, perhaps finding it a waste of time, but answers curtly. Yeah, she's like, you idiot. Calculations are standardized, Argus. They are derived from the recorded difficulty, the duration of the mission, and verified expenditure of guild resources. It's not a subjective matter. Out the coin. A request stated payment of 75 coins, which is plenty straightforward, but it also, I hate it whenever it does that. Okay, find them. Not talking about coin. The request was pretty straightforward, that a payment of 75 coins was for the mission completion. I was asking more about this part where it mentions a portion of the goods based on the amount covered. How is that determined? Is it determined by the guild using the outline placed by the caravan master, or by them directly at a later time? slightly annoyed at the idea that I wouldn't understand basics words. Okay, me and Tane are off to a rough start. Like, it seems like she thinks I'm an idiot, and I'm just like, look, I'm not dumb. I'm not smart. I'm not dumb. Be kind of interesting to see, like, I do wonder how that the calculation is not a subjective matter, Argus. It is determined by the guild upon intake. We cross-reference the recovery goods directly against the client's original manifest. The caravan master provides the baseline expectations. The final assessment is ours alone. It ensures impartial. I'm gonna fuck that word up no matter how many times I try. For both the adventurer and the contractor. Pauses, her gaze flickering briefly to the wall clock before returning to you. She sets the quill down with precise, controlled movements and squares the edges of the ledger on the counter. Her expression remains neutral and composed. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Please have the rewards. Clearly needing sleep. Yeah, so we definitely need to get to sleep so I can level up. And because it's been a long day already. Processing your payment now. Once signed, you are free to depart. Pulls a heavy iron-bound lockbox from beneath the counter with practiced smooth motion. She retrieves the required coin amount, counting it out with rapid, nimble fingers before sliding the pile across the scarred wood. To the counter to you, she keeps her gaze fixed on the ledger, already preparing to slide the book shut as soon as you take the funds. Counter for Argus to collect. Okay, so it doesn't look like we're getting any additional, it seems like. Okay. It does seem like we're not getting anything else. Alright. So we're gonna need some sleep. And then we're probably, once we wake up, we're probably gonna try the Goblin Quest, or at least see if it's still there. And if it's still there, we'll go on the Goblin Quest. And then if it's still there, probably go with the Sewer Rats. Gives a crisp professional nod before turning her full attention back to the ledger, carefully drawing the leather cover closed with a soft final thud. Okay, so that should end. Yeah, okay, so I did get it. Since it didn't take them, I'm just going to sell them. Doesn't look like they're going to end dialogue mode on their own. Okay. DM, please end dialogue mode. So we proved earlier that you basically have to do it in 2 different messages. It would be nice, for the sake of not wasting a message, if you had a button where you could leave dialogue mode automatically. The polite nod acknowledging Tane's farewell, you turn from the counter, the weight of the newly acquired coins a comforting presence in your pouch. Last of the guild's administrative duties for the night are done, and the main hall, once bustling, now feels quiet and almost empty, save for a few lingering figures headed towards the door. The night outside is deep, the city sounds muffled by a late hour. You step out onto the cobblestones, the cool air, sharp contrast to the guild's warmth. You find yourself once more under the vast star-strewn sky, the long day filled with unexpected elemental attacks, frantic chases, and the successful apprehension of bandits has finally drawn to a close. Make my way to an inn. I want to see what the DM is going to come up with for the inn. Personally. So, I could direct a lot of information regarding the inn. I'm going to grab something real quick. But I feel like it's going to be cooler to see what the DM comes up with, personally. I'm kind of interested in that a bit. Sometimes I do find it more fun to let the DM kind of figure it out than to try to narrate a whole bunch of stuff and make it do something for me instead kind of situation. Just a second, I'm just making some food and I'll be right back. Stream for like 4 hours, so I think I'm streaming for about 4 hours today, so food's kind of huge for me right now. Mostly because I'm not going to get a whole lot of opportunities later after the stream's over. Give me just a second. Put this in the microwave. Alright. Let's see. City streets are largely deserted now, the occasional flickering lantern illuminating your path as you seek out a place to rest. After a short walk, a warm, inviting glow spills from the windows of the Sleeping Dragon. Its wooden sign creaking slowly in the night breeze, the aroma of stale ale and simmering stew wafts from within. As you push open the heavy oak door, inside the common room is dim lit by a large hearth where embers still glow, and a few sputtering oil lamps. A handful of patrons cloaked in shadow sit at tables, their voices low and muffled. Behind a scarred wooden counter, A stout, balding man with a flour-dusted apron is wiping down tankards, his back to the door. The warmth and relative quiet of the inn offer a stark contrast to the cold, dangerous forest and bustling Guildhall. Counter. How much for a room for the night and a fresh meal in the morning? Go ahead and just take care of it in one go. I forgot to put parentheses at the end of that. Or not parentheses, quotation marks at the end of that. That's okay. They're usually pretty good about... Like, the DM's not stupid. It's pretty good about determining, like, a lot of different things. Oh, cool. Someone gave me a thumbs up. It's really nice to see. I think they did anyway. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes. YouTube's real weird. It showed 2 a second ago. That only shows 1. And there's nobody watching right this second besides technically me. So, like, I don't know. It's real weird. Well, that's doing its thinking. I'm gonna go grab me food. Sit for about a minute or so. Man, it is taking a while. Oh, there it goes. Alright, late for a traveler, aren't you? A bed will run you 3 silver, breakfast included. It's a simple fare, but hot. Deal. The stout halfling stops polishing the tankards, his dark, deep-set eyes drifting from the wood to you. He sighs a low, tired sound and shifts his weight on the wooden crate he uses to reach the counter. He taps the counter with his cloth, waiting for your coin. Hearty loaf of bread, small barrel of common ale, simple wooden tankard, pack of tallow candles, smoked meat jerky, small pouch dry herb, coarse wool blanket. Yeah, I'm not. But busy night signing up for the Adventurers Guild after handling the elemental attack. Had to track down some bandits. 3 coins. It's fair. Take it. So I hand over coins. What? Are you out of water? Do I need to get you more water? Or is it that you're out of food and you're being a little mispaid right now? Yeah, you're out of food. You're being a little piggy right now. I already gave you your scoops for the morning. I'm not going to give you more right now because then you're going to start, you're going to make yourself sick. Here's you some fresh water, and I'll get rid of that. But I'm sorry, I'm not giving you any more food right now. You already ate your breakfast. I know you're hungry, but I'm not going to feed you more. You'll just keep eating if I keep feeding you. Guild business, Well, let's keep it quiet then. Room is at the top of the stairs, first door on the left. Help yourself to breakfast stew in the morning. Darnell scoops the coins from the counter with surprising speed, dropping them into his apron pocket before pulling a heavy iron key from the same place. He slides it across the scarred wood towards you, his fingers tapping a rhythmic, restless beat against the counter surface as he hums a low, tuneless melody under his breath. Please exit dialogue mode. You know what? Actually, now that I think about it, that was the remainder of your dinner. I'll give you a single scoop. That's it. I'll give you more. Because I think you only had about a scoop left in your bowl this morning. Oh, I'm definitely not giving you more pumpkin right now. That's definitely not happening. Okay. I'm sorry if that's what you wanted. Okay. So, take the key, the smile, and head to the room Darnell mentioned. Once inside, down, clean yourself off and go to sleep. Long rest. Alright, we get action surge. There's really no choices to make. Take the small iron key, not wooden key, from Darnell, a tired smile gracing your lips, and you make your way towards the winding staircase. The heavy oak door of your room creaks open to reveal a simple but clean space, narrow cot, small wooden table, and a basin of fresh water. You shed your armor, washing away the grime and sweat of the day, but the cold water is a shock to your system. But the cold water is a shock to your... Jesus Christ, I can't read. Shed your armor, washing away the grime and sweat of the day. The cold water a shock to your system, but also invigorating. Finally, you collapse into the cot. The day's events from the elemental attack to the bandit confrontation are playing in your mind. The sounds of the end fade, and soon deep, well-earned sleep claims you. The night passes peacefully, undisturbed by the city's whispers or the inn's creaks. You awaken with the first hints of dawn, your body refreshed, your mind clear, and the lingering aches from the previous day entirely gone. The weariness that had settled deep in your bones has lifted, replaced by a renewed vigor. The promise of a fresh meal and new adventures beckons as you stretch, feeling the full strength of your elf fighter body. Alright. Make my way back downstairs. I offer Wave to Darnell. A halfling woman who I assume is his wife. And I collect bowl. Grab some stew. After eating, give Darnell 30 coins, telling him that I will be covering another 10 days for the room and morning meal before leaving to make my way to the Adventurers Guild Hall. Alright, let's go get us another mission. Okay, what was wrong with this message? Probably because I'm trying to do something in narrative that I should be doing in dialogue. No? What the... to the hall. Maybe it'll allow that. Maybe it was something to do with the way that I had it worded. I don't know. Sometimes I don't think it's the message at all. Sometimes I think it's just quite literally like it doesn't know how to respond to the message you sent. The city is awake and bustling now, a stark contrast to the quiet streets of last night. Merchants shout their wares, laborers push carts, and the general clamor of daily life fills the air as you make your way through the waking streets, the morning sun painting the rooftops in warm hues. The path to the Adventurers Guild is now familiar, and you find yourself once more standing before the imposing doors, the sound of activity already filtering from within. In seeing a different person manning the counter, wave, then make way over to the quest board. Look to see the quest for the goblins or rats still there, or if they had been claimed. We need to check if it took the 30 coins out. Because I did it technically outside of dialogue mode, it might not have done it. Not whenever we make our way back, we'll have to do the payment then. Okay, no, I took it out because I had like 80 something, like 89 or something like that. All right, you push open the guild doors. The faint clamor of adventurers and their chatter greeting you. Behind the main counter, a burly human, unlike the tiefling Tane, is now attending to a line of eager hopefuls. You offer a quick, non-committal wave as you pass, your sights set on the mission board. Reaching the weathered oak, you scan its surface. The notice for the missing supplies near Stonebridge is gone, a blank space indicating a successful completion. However, both the Whispering Woods and Pest Control notices remain, their parchments still tacked firmly to the wood, waiting for a daring adventurer to claim them. A few new postings have also appeared, adding to the general chaos of the board, but your eyes are drawn back to the two familiar unclaimed missions. Okay. So, we're going to get rid of this. Oh, it's not going to let me do that until I add something in. Okay. Thinking about nature of the two. Quests see more merit in taking out the goblins first. Grab it off the board. Or counter. Hello. Register for this quest. My tag. Early man. I wonder how loud that tacking that I do is, and how distracting, or how that's got to mess with some people's ears. I'm sure. Okay, I know for a fact this is Legend of Zelda, and it is the from Ocarina of Time, and it's inside the Zoro space. Gusty Gar. You gotta be kidding me. Man, okay. I guess I'm just wrong. Oh, yeah, if I had waited a second to hear that, I would have known. Or at least I would have known it wasn't the Zora's Cavern. Man, I can make a whole game out of that. Just have this playing in the background and guessing the song. That'd be a challenge. I've also heard... I have heard that you can actually run horror stories in this game. That would be kind of neat to do a paranormal horror story. You know what? That's going to be our next story. After we finish up Argus's story, I think that's going to be the next one. We're going to do a modern day supernatural horror story. And see if we can survive. Right then. We got another Quillen. Let's see what you've got there. You're looking to take on a new commission, I take it. Burly clerk looks up from a thick ledger with a warm, practiced smile, his broad shoulders shifting beneath his guild tunic. He takes the mission tag from your hand, his calloused fingers brushing against yours for a fleeting moment, and begins to rhythmically polish a spot on the dark wood of the counter with a cloth held in his other hand. Yes, I am. Just need it registered to my profile, please. So, I don't know if I'm going to do romance at all. I might, like at some point, try to find like a wife or something. Mind yourself out there, lad, and do keep the gear in good repair. The woods do not care much for rusted steel. Next. Come on now, step right up. Don't be shy. Quillen nods with his warm, encouraging expression, setting his quill carefully back into the ink pot. He leans back slightly, his gaze shifting past the elf to the next adventurer waiting in line, while his hand instinctively resumes its rhythmic, absent-minded polishing of the counter edge. Okay. DM, please exit. Please end dialogue mode. So I think those two commands are widely different. Ending means like, hey, the conversation's over, I'm leaving. Whereas I think exit is more like, hey, I want to do something outside of the dialogue. Please keep it open-ended, but I'd like to end it. Or to step out of it temporarily. With the mission slip secured in Quillen's booming voice already calling for the next adventure, you turn from the counter to the main hall. The guild is still bustling, a continuous flow of aspiring heroes and seasoned veterans coming and going. Your gaze drifts for a moment to the mission board. The Whispering Woods Goblin Surge quest, now absent, replaced by a fresh, unblemished space. You make your way towards the guild's heavy double doors, the weight of your sword and shield feeling familiar and reassuring. Outside the city of Eldoria continues its vibrant daily rhythm. Its noise is a dull roar that slowly fades as you begin to walk towards the city's western gate, the direction of the Whispering Woods. Okay, first off, didn't want to leave yet, but we can work with this. Before leaving the city, I make my way to a weapons store, hoping to ensure I have the necessary gear and offload anything I don't need. I find a well-maintained store near gate sells both armor and weapons, well as tools like arrows, bolts, and even some basic gear and potions. Clearly meant to cater to the adventurer population as a form of one-stop shop for beginners. All right. We're going to have some basic stuff. Nothing too crazy. Meant to cater to beginners, so relatively cheap. And they have most of what I'm going to need. Potion of minor healing is fine for now. I don't think we need a regular or even a greater. Until we start hitting like level 4, level 5. And our health pool grows rather considerably, and so does our enemies. Other than that, mostly trying to get a hold of some bolts or some arrows and see if we can upgrade anything. You turn your steps toward the western gate, but before you reach the city's edge, a sturdy building with a hanging sign depicting a cross, sword, and shield catches your eye. Okay. It's a shop clearly geared towards adventurers, its windows displaying an array of polished weapons, gleaming armor, and neatly stacked quivers. You push open the heavy wooden door. The faint chime above announcing your arrival inside the shop is a veritable armory. Well-lit and organized racks of swords, axes, and spears line one wall, while sturdy leather and segmented metal armors hang from the ceiling. Glass cases display smaller, more intricate items, potions, scrolls, and various tools. The air smells of oiled leather, steel, and a faint tang or sweet tang of herbal concoctions. Behind a long, polished counter, a stocky, bald man with a booming laugh and an eye patch is polishing a magnificent two-handed axe. His formidable presence softened by the friendly twinkle in his one visible eye. He looks up as you enter, a wide, welcoming smile spread across his face. Looking to offload a few things I gathered from my last quest and make sure I have everything I need before leaving for the next. I approach counter. Alright. So this will probably be my first time legitimately using the new sales system. Mostly it's been done through like talking before. Like we did in our last story. And earlier. So this might legitimately be our first time using the actual bartering system of the game. Which would be kind of cool. I gotta go throw some trash out. I'll be right back while that's thinking. And I will probably move to grab me something to drink on my way back over to the computer. Something to drink real quick. Some Hawaiian punch. So if you bothered to watch this far, or you happen to be in this section of the video, I love the Hawaiian. So I've recently really liked the Polar Blast Hawaiian Punch. If you want to leave a comment, let me know what's your favorite flavor of Hawaiian Punch, or if you just don't like it, that's cool too.
I don't know what all the flavors are, so it'd be nice to see like what people like, and maybe I'll find a flavor I didn't know about.
Really? Another error? Try again. Well, it's thinking I'm go use the bathroom, I guess.
Oh.
Okay. Ooh, we've been going for a while. How long has this stream been? I mean, I know technically we weren't like the entire stream. It's been about 4 hours. Jesus. I think this might legitimately be one of my longest streams. I wonder if I would be able to chop these streams down into like 30-minute segments and submit those as like videos with some edits, like to remove like sections of like when it's not doing anything, like this, like to be able to cut these sections out and turn them into 30-minute segments of just go instead of these moments where we're like sitting here just waiting, not doing anything, and like I wonder if that would work. Where the only thing I really say for the entire 30-minute span is just the story. And I just cut out like all the waiting periods where I'm kind of like, oh, this or all that, or like talking about random shit that nobody actually cares about, I guess. I wonder if those videos would do well. I could do it, I guess. I love that it's the same guy, like the same face, same body structure, different clothing. Can we talk about that? Well met, traveler. You have come to the right place. An adventurer is only as good as his gear, and at the Axe and Arrow, we keep the best. Lay your goods out on the counter, and let us see what you have. Then we can talk about getting you ready for your next exploit. Bram sets the great axe he was polishing down on the counter with a heavy thud. He beams at the drow, his one good eye clink. Yeah. By the way, doesn't have only one eye. But crinkling at the corners as he sweeps a hand across the polished wood of the counter invitingly. Holy! Yeah, some of this shit's expensive as fuck. Damn. Okay. We're gonna go to sell items. Scimitar does go for 250 gold though. And we're gonna go ahead and get rid of our 20 feet of hemp rope to buy 50 of the hemp rope. Right, because we're basically selling him a bunch of hemp rope for a little bit of hemp rope. Or no, we're selling him a little bit of hemp rope for a bunch of hemp rope at a hell of a deal. That's 12 AC. I'm pretty sure my current AC is better. So we're going to do the deal there. Check my equipment. Chain shirt is 13, so the chain shirt's better. Do I have... We already have a minor healing potion. Right? Potion of minor... What is a minor healing potion? A potion of minor healing difference. So it seems like this is better. So we're just going to trade them. Upon consumption restores a small amount of vitality, meaning minor wounds effectiveness is precise and predictable as per guild standards. A standard guild issue vial containing restorative crimson liquid versus restores 2d4 plus 2 hit points upon consumption. So the max we can get out of this is 8, 9, 10, where the least we can get is 2, 3, 4. So between 4 and 10 health, I think I will keep that the way it is. Okay, and then for equipment, we don't have a shield currently. But we can also dual wield weapons. So do we want the balanced short sword instead? Or do we want to do the steel shield? Oh, there's also other stuff that no, that's... Wait a minute. Where's the damn... I was hoping to buy some arrows... Asshole. Doesn't seem to have any, though. I say we get the shield? No. Shield for now. After the trading... between wares, this that doesn't have any arrows for sale. Alright. We'll do that. So I do actually really like the barter system that they have set up. It's really nice, in my opinion. So that's going to put us in our armor class of 18. Once we have better armor, like either gloves or shoes that provide like armor or something along those lines, we might get rid of the shield. Arrows, I'm afraid the Fletchers have been slow as molasses this week, so I'm clean out of them. But fear not, a man of your skills wouldn't be relying solely on range. Why not take a look at a proper blade? I have a scimitar back here that is balanced beautifully.
Ram gives a rueful, lopsided grin and taps the counter with his thick fingers before leaning forward, his gaze shifting to the rack of blades behind him. Ready a good sword, and my blade arts don't work well with certain types of blades. Thank you, though. With our business included, leave the shop and make my way out of the... Now let's do that so it doesn't... Because otherwise it's going to try to create some problems with... Because you have to understand that the DDM, which is our... So DDM is direct dialogue mode, I think is what we've been calling it. I call it the dialogue dungeon master, personally. If you're not careful, the DDM will automatically shuck you completely to narrative mode if you try to do the raw, like, certain things within dialogue mode. Alright, fair enough, friend. A blade serves best when it feels like an extension of your own arm, eh? You know where to find me if you change your mind, and if you need to stock up on something else later, travel safe. Alright. After leaving the store, we make our way out of the western gate. I grab the... Apparently, I'm just really bad at spelling. I grab the... quest sheet and review it. DM, please detail what it says. This way we can copy it over to our notes so that we don't forget what our quest is. Because while I don't think many of these like basic quests are going to take us too long, I want to get into the habit of making notes specifically for the quest that we're following, so that we don't get confused on rather long quests or forget what we're doing. Especially if, like, say I call it here and we're mid-quest, right? I don't want to come back in a week, if it's a full week, to be like, I have no memory of what the fuck we were doing. I know we were on a quest, don't remember what the quest was. So this will help prevent losing track of the quest. And also help prevent us from, like, not remembering what the quest is when we come back in, like, a week. Alright, you leave the city of Eldoria behind, passing beneath the weathered arch of the western gate. The familiar sounds of the city quickly fade, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the calls of unseen birds. Ahead, the whispering woods rise, a formidable wall of green and brown, their depths already seeming to hold a silent challenge. The quest sheet, now folded and tucked back into your pack, reiterates the task. Find the goblin encampment, eliminate the threat, and bring proof back to Oakhaven's mayor. Okay, so we're going to do that. Copy. I'm going to go to our notes. I wish we could have gotten it kind of written like this one, but I will take it. What we'll probably have to do is whenever we take on a mission from the mission board, we're probably going to have it like this. and do it from there instead of later on. That wasn't what I wanted to do. Oh no! There we go. Okay. So that way in the future, if something happens, we know what our active mission is. Alright, the path before you, a narrow dirt track, quickly disappears under the encroaching canopy. The air immediately grows colder, thick with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. Sunlight struggles to penetrate the dense foliage overhead, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. The whispering part of the wood's name becomes apparent as a constant soft sibilance of wind rustling through the leaves fills the air, lending an eerie, hushed quality to the otherwise vibrant forest. Okay. So, we are going to start with this. Alright, so make my way into the woods following the formation in the quest to the request to find the goblin lair. As far as proof of their demise, that's going to be rather interesting to see kind of what we can find for that. Welcome. Glad to see that somebody has joined. I am still paying attention to the messages in the chat, so if you want, please drop a like if you think that this is nice content. Message with me if you want to talk. I'm more than happy to respond, whether it's information you want to know about the game, information you just want to talk about, or your own adventures in the game. That would also be cool. Also, any suggestions you may have, that's also, always great to talk about. Great. Looks like we are not going to find the goblin lair on the first try. That's fine, though. Searching around for it for a bit might actually play to our favor. Plunge deeper into the whispering woods, your senses alert to every rustle and snap. The path you follow quickly dwindles to nothing, leaving you to navigate by instinct and the vague directions provided on the quest sheet. You scan the forest floor for crude trails, bent saplings, or disturbed earth, any sign that might betray the presence of the elusive goblinoids. The woods close in around you, a labyrinth of ancient trees and tangled undergrowth, each shadow a potential hiding place. However, the goblins are more cunning than you anticipated, or perhaps the woods are simply too vast and their trails too subtle. Despite your best efforts, no clear sign of their passage or a hidden lair reveals itself. The forest remains a silent green maze, offering no obvious clues as the location of the menacing creatures. You continue to press onward, the soft, ceaseless whisper of the woods, your only companion. Okay, so we know goblins... yeah. Systematic search as I continue to traverse the woods, looking for any cave, any signs of a hideout, or any signs of creatures' passage. So the cool thing is that goblinoids would count, in my opinion, as a monster. So I wonder if I'll get monster cores from them like I got from the elemental, which could be used to be sold to the guild for more cash flow. Realistically, we want to make it rich. We want to make it rich. Eventually. Yeah, we're basically going to continue doing this until we get a successful wisdom roll. It's basically how it's going to end up playing out. Alright, we get proficiency in perception there. Not that it mattered, we won the roll. For the person that's watching, or for the people that's watching, I should say. Quick curiosity question. I know that, like, this could be a little off-putting having to sit here and wait for the response. Do you think this would be more digestible for content if I were to, say, break this up into like a 30-minute video where I remove all of the waiting periods and it's just the story, essentially? I'm curious to see if people think that that would be probably a better way to package this, where it would be a little easier to watch, a little better than just sitting here waiting forever for, the DM to respond kind of thing. Undeterred by the elusive nature of your quarry, you adopt a more methodical approach. Your search becomes a careful grid, eyes sweeping every cluster of rocks, every dense thicket, every shadowed hollow that might conceal a cave entrance or a cleverly disguised hideout. You move slowly, patiently, attuned to the subtle shifts in the environment. The faint scuff marks, the broken twigs, the discarded refuse that might betray the passing of goblin feet. Your persistence in finding is finally rewarded. As you push through a particularly dense curtain of thorny bushes, a foul, earthly odor assaults your nostrils. A mix of stale refuse, unwashed bodies, something vaguely metallic. Beyond the bushes, the ground is littered with gnawed bones, scraps of leather, and crude, discarded tools. A narrow, almost hidden crevice in the side of a rocky outcrop, barely large enough for a human to squeeze through, shows signs of frequent passage, the earth around its mouth worn smooth. This, you realize with a grim satisfaction, must be the entrance to the goblin lair. Alright, before we enter, I do kind of wonder if we want to do this a different way. Do we want to make these goblins like the goblins from Goblin Lord? For anyone who knows. Or do we want to make these like less, I guess more family-friendly goblins? I like the idea that they steal women. I don't mean that to be like a fucked up thing, but I like the idea that, like, hey, I'm also going in to save some people. Or like I just happen to find some people they've stolen to save. Alright, so cave quietly. It opens into a large chamber. Inside, find two goblins eating meal. Attack them, swinging my sword toward the first one before it can react. So we're going to take out these two, and then we're probably going to start systematically moving through this cave, this encampment. I don't know how many goblins we're going to end up killing. It'll be kind of interesting. We'll kind of leave that up to the DM to see like when it decides like, hey, you've explored enough. There's no more cave. There's no more cave to explore. You've explored it all. But I am curious to hear like whether or not people think it would be best to kind of package this as a like to take the VODs, bring them down to like 30-minute intervals, remove all the fluff out, all the waiting periods, and then package that as its own video kind of thing. You slip silently into the crevice, the foul stench of goblinoids growing stronger with every step. The passage opens into a cavern. Two small hunched figures, their green skins slick with grease, are hunched over a meager meal before they can even register your presence. You surge forward, your longsword flashing towards the nearest one. Okay, I aim my sword at the neck of the first goblin before it even has a chance to react. This should give me an advantage on the attack roll. And we should get some, rolling with advantage. So we're going to get an advantage on this. 22 versus 9. That's a big swing. Right now I don't have like any special things on it right now, so I'm not going to sit here and, because we do have the Self's Blessing. Oh, I need to add those into the notes because I can't exactly view it from here. We're going to do special powers here. We're going to make it a blue note. So this is going to be things to remember for like combat, in my opinion. All right, we're going to start with Sylph's Blessing. Once every, or no, it was 3 times a day, wasn't it? Conjure wind into solid form in any shape I choose. I like that. And then we have the Moon Blade. When using a form of my ancestral sword art, deal an additional 1, I think it was 1d4, no, 1d6 light damage on hit. Because I don't remember exactly what they were. I'll double reference it through my phone since I can view stuff more easily there. And just double check that. Alright. You aim your longsword at the neck of the first goblin. Your longsword finds its mark, biting deep into the goblin's neck as it barely registers your presence. A surprised gurgle escapes its throat as blood begins to flow. Your longsword flashes, striking the first goblin with surprising force. However, perhaps due to its small size or a last-second twitch, the blow, while impactful, doesn't seem to have penetrated deeply enough to put it down. The goblin yelps in surprise, momentarily stunned, and remains on his feet, now fully aware of your presence. That's not true, because it died. Oh, it did. Okay. First goblin, though. Yeah. Goblin 2 seeing its companion fall, right? This is where I'm like, okay, the combat system needs to be overhauled. It really does. The second goblin, startled by the commotion, scrambles to react. Your turn ends. Goblin 2, seeing its companion fall, snarls and lunges at Argus, wielding its crude club in a desperate attempt to defend itself. Goblin's clumsy swing whiffs past your head, its momentum carrying it slightly off balance. Okay, with the goblin off balance, I take advantage of this and make a slice across goblin's back. Alright, we're going to aim to kill this one. So, I guess the next question is, am I recovering all of these items Okay, yeah, it's just going to keep going. I'm just going to leave it alone then. Do I collect the items to sell later on and hopefully get some good cash for them later? Or do I just say screw it and only collect like their crystals, I should say, their cores? I think both, right? Both. Yeah, collect the cores and anything of value. Be useful. Okay, I think it's going to let me now. Both goblins dead. Quickly gather anything of value. Then remove monster cores and place them in my bag to sell to the guild later. I don't want to give the DM too much to do. After he does that, then we'll look around the cavern to see if we can find our next path. I don't know if, depending on how long it takes to process messages, probably not going to be going for too much longer. Or for too much more, I should say. I know we're not going for too much longer because I'm going to be ending it in about 18 minutes or so. Because we've been going for almost like 5 hours at this point, I want to say. Yeah, we're at like 4.5 hours on stream right now. So we're going to be getting pretty close to a 5-hour mark on stream, which I think would be one of the longest streams I've had running on anything. So I can already tell retention for this video is going to suck. But that's okay. Scimitar armor. Hey, we found some arrows. Cool. Alright. With the cavern silent once more, you move with purpose towards the fallen goblins. The flickering torchlight illuminates their crude forms, their meager possessions scattered around their death throes. You quickly go through the pockets and pouches, finding a few copper pieces, some rusty daggers, crude leather scraps. Typical goblin fare. From their forms, you carefully extract a single small pulsing monster core, tucking it securely into the pouch of your belt. With the last of the cores secured, you take a moment to survey the rest of the squad layer. Oh, it did it for me. Cool. Wondering if there's anything else of interest. The cavern is small, with a few rough-hewn sleeping pallets fashioned from straw and animal hides, and a single battered wooden chest covered or shoved into a corner. The air here is fouler, thick with the smell of decay and damp earth. No other goblins appear to be present in this immediate chamber. The sounds of the outside world, the rustling leaves and distant bird calls, seem a world away. And inspect its contents. So we're going to do this first. There's no A in chest. Jesus Christ. And then from there, we'll see. if there's any other pathways, because I don't want this to be the end of the goblins, right? Only 2 goblins is sad. I mean, we're clearly not dealing with a goblin horde. But still, you would think there'd be more goblins. We'll go to full screen. I forgot you can do that. Oh. All right, minor healing potion, tinderbox, bone carving. Interesting. Some interesting things to find. With the cavern silent once more, you move with purpose towards the fallen goblins. The flickering torchlight illuminates their crude forms, their meager possessions scattered around their death throes. Oh, I already read that part. Saying we don't have anybody watching now. It says I got one watching there. YouTube's weird. Alright. You turn your attention to the battered wooden chest, its rough surface covered in scratches and grime. With a grunt of effort, you wrench open the creaking lid, revealing the dim interior. A musty, earthy smell wafts out, mingling with the lingering goblin stench. Inside nestled amongst a few tattered rags, you find a small corked vial filled with a murky green liquid, likely a crude goblin poison. Alongside it, a tarnished silver locket, surprisingly intact, with no obvious engravings or markings. Catching the dim light at the bottom of the chest, a bundle of 10 iron-tipped arrows lies haphazardly, their fletchings crude but functional. It's a meager hoard, but useful nothingness. But useful nonetheless. Jesus, I'm terrible. Gather green liquid, silver locket, and the arrows. Then look around cavern, finding passageway leading deeper. Follow it to find a room filled with crude but effective cells. Some have nothing but bones. Others have women of all ages. Some clearly newer than others, based on the state of clothes and much clothing they still have. Realizing situation, move to open one of the cells. and attacked by a group of goblins led by a hobgoblin. What's up, Luce? Did you hear something? You okay, Lucy? Did you hear something outside the front door? Head tilts. Wonder why pugs do that. A little head tilt they do whenever you try talking to them. It's like, I'm sorry, did you say something to me? It's always weird. Come on. Copy. Gonna back out. Go back in. Didn't move forward at all. Hasten and send. Why is it doing that? Oh, is it not gonna let me do... Let's see if it's the attack is the issue. If the attack's the issue, then that's fine. I can just make that a different message. But technically what I wrote is still... Yeah, okay. It was the attack. Carefully gather the vile goblin poison, the tarnished silver locket, and the iron-tipped arrows, securing them within your pack. Your gaze then sweeps across the squalid chamber once more, seeking any further secrets. Tucked away behind some crude crates, a narrow, dark passageway yawns. Oh, and it accepted the attack then. Turn your attention to the batter... Okay. We're gonna back out and then go back in and see what it does. Equipment. Yeah, it didn't add them. We're gonna have to add them physically. Okay. DM, you didn't add the locket, goblin poison, or the arrows to my inventory. Can you please create them and add them? Thank you. Don't want to get too far away from this, because if you do, like, it'll try to act like you're fucking asking it to do a monumental task that it shouldn't do. Probably only going to get about one, maybe two more messages in real quick. And then I got to hop off. Let's see what it does. There it goes. Okay. Take all. So we now have arrows. We now have goblin poison, which would be kind of cool to use. Alright, you carefully gather... Okay. Briefly pause, ensuring the newly found items, the vial of goblin poison, the tarnished silver locket, and the bundle probably secured among your belongings. The hobgoblins were rips. Okay. We're going to ignore that one. Alright, you carefully gather them. Your gaze then sweeps across the squalid chamber once more, seeking any further secrets. Tucked away behind some crude crates, a narrow, dark passageway yawns, leading deeper into the earth. The air grows heavier and cooler as you venture down the winding passage. The rough-hewn walls give way to more deliberate, if still rudimentary, construction. The passage opens into a larger, dank cavern, its ceiling dripping moisture. Here, grim rows of crude wooden and iron-barred cells line the walls. A chill runs down your spine as you behold the sight. Some cells hold only skeletal remains, bleached and scattered, while others imprison women of various ages. Their clothing torn and stained, their gaunt faces tell a story of recent capture and prolonged suffering. The grim reality of the goblin's depravity hits you with a sickening force. You rush toward the nearest cell, intent on freeing the captives. As you reach the cell for their cell door, a guttural shriek echoes through the chamber. From the shadows, a brutish hobgoblin clad in rusted chainmail charges, flanked by 3 more snarling goblins, their crude weapons brandished. Your attempt to rescue has been noticed, and now you face their wrath. Alright, so quickly we're going to fire an arrow. One of the goblins, hoping to reduce numbers before engaging in full combat. Alright, that's clearly going to start the combat phase. So we're probably going to call it there once we go into combat. And then we'll pick up next time with combat. Quickly knock an arrow. The string hums as you draw the short bow to your cheek. You aim. It is true. The arrow hisses through the air, striking one of the charging goblins squarely in the chest. With a surprised choked yelp, the goblin stumbles, its momentum lost, and collapses to the damp cavern floor, its crude scimitar cluttering uselessly. One less enemy, but the hobgoblin and the remaining 2 goblins continue their relentless charge. Their battle cries filling the air. The hobgoblin closes the distance, raising its heavy scimitar for a powerful strike. All right. Thank you, everybody. We are going to go ahead and call it there for today. Thank you guys for joining me, and I will see y'all in the next one.